Hello, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Namaste. I'm chief editor of Profi.Travel, and today is the first India-Russia travel exhibition. Well, the influx of Indian tourists in Russia has been growing, and it is interesting that during the pandemic, it was bigger than in 2019, and that's amazing. And Indian tourists have made 100,000 tourist trips at that time versus 9 2000 year before. But of course, due to some things, have the influx of tourists has discontinued. However, the professionals of our tourist industries have noticed the fact that the Indian tourists have finally uh, touched the stuff, so to speak, the Russian soil, not just Russia, sorry, not just Moscow or St. Petersburg. They began to realize that tourists in Russia can stay one-on-one versus wild nature uh, in vast territories to watch launch of space rockets, to see the aurora borealis, and to bathe in hot springs in wintertime. And the interest of Indian colleagues in such exotics that they can find in Russia is so big that it overcomes the limitation factors, I would say. Well, fewer tourists are coming now, but many other countries are now trying to visit Russia, and there is a demand. And of course, that's very good that we have organized this exhibition. We are having Profit Travel CEO now, Alexei Vengin. I am going to give him a floor. Alexei, good morning. Good morning, Artyom. Hello, distinguished colleagues. Namaskar. And on behalf of the entire team of the Red Exhibition and on behalf of Profi.Travel and the Russian Information Center, it is my pleasure to say hello to you at the Red India Exhibition. This is the third time because we can see your high interest sending tourists to Russia. And I can see that after the first exhibition, Red, we organized an information and advertisement tour in Russia for Indian colleagues in Moscow and St. Petersburg, as well as distant regions like Amur district that Artyom has just mentioned. I have personally visited those destinations with Indian tourist operators together. We tried to find some gold. We were watching the space rocket launch and we enjoyed the wonderful Siberian nature. It was good. And I hope that today's live broadcast and the opportunity to see colleagues on air will be able to tell you, not just to you, but to your tourists, Russia, as India is big and diverse in terms of tourist product, not so many countries can offer such big range of historical and natural locations. And as an example, I can tell you one story. A year ago, I was traveling from Goa to Kerala by train, and I was talking to my colleagues from different Indian regions. Out of six, two visited Russia, and four were going there. But it was they only knew Moscow and Saint Petersburg. But our the goal of the Red Exhibition is to get yourself familiar with other regions of Russia that you don't know yet. Both tourist operators, hotels, and other companies or state authorities are ready to work with you and to welcome your tourists with a high level of service. I can tell you that Russia is a safe country now. Lots of good destinations, hotels, good transfers, good airports, and I'm sure that any tourist can be welcomed by Russia in a good way. And on behalf of Profit Travel, we will we will help you not just by live broadcast, but also by communicating with all our team. We have wonderful WhatsApp chats, and we will redirect your questions to tourist operators, not only to the regions, but to many others. So please break the ice. Profit Travel is a good guide for you at the Russian tourist market in Russia. It's a safe country. Hindi Rusi Pai Pai. Welcome to Russia. Namaste and all the best to you. Today and tomorrow, new emotions, new partners, and new information. Thank you, Alexei. We continue opening up our exhibition, and I would like to give a floor to the head of the International Relations for the Federal Agency for Tourism, Demyan Smilovets. The floor is yours, Demyan. Hello, Artyom. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Namaskar, and Hanivat, I am always
организовывает
ready
Minsk
to
Russian
take
Expo
part
Day.
uh,
Как уже
in Russian Expo Days
Артем и
exhibitions.
Алексей отметили, что
As
Индия
you,
наш
Tom and Alex have
давний
mentioned that
добрый друг,
India
это один из
has
наших
been
ключевых
a long
партнеров,
friend of
и у
our
нас очень
country,
динамично
a big
развиваются
key
отношения
partner of us,
двух
and
стран в самых разных
our
сферах, в том
relations
числе,
have been
конечно, и
dynamically
в области
developing
туризма.
in
Конечно,
tourism as
это для
well.
нас,
And
для
for us,
м,
this
Ростуризма,
is
да, мы рассматриваем всегда
for
Индию
the
как
Russian Tourist
перспективный рынок с точки
Federal
зрения
Agency for
увеличения
Tourism of
визового
Russia.
туризма к
We
нам
consider
и экспорта
India
российских
as a potential
туристических
market
услуг.
to have
Но, к
more Indian
сожалению,
tourists visiting
пока,
Russia, as
да,
well as to
потенциал
export
практически
more
не раскрыт.
Russian
Если
tourism
19
services to
все-таки
India.
возьмем
However,
допандемийный год,
back in
да, то
2019, before
доля
the pandemic,
России в общем
the
потоке
share of
индийских
Russia
туристов выездных, да,
in
составила менее
the outbound
1%,
Indian
потому что
tourism was less than
индийцы
1%,
очень любят путешествовать,
because
и
Indians like
из
traveling.
порядка 33
And
миллионов
out of
поездок за
33
рубеж
million
индийцы
trips
совершили в
abroad,
России lишь 91 тысячу
only
поездок. Доля, конечно, пока
91,000
ничтожно
accounted
мала.
for Russia. So it's
Вот.
just
Но у
very
нас,
little,
как
I would
представляете,
say.
есть все
But
возможности
we
для
have all the
наращивания
makings
взаимных
to
потоков. Это и,
boost
как уже
mutual
говорилось,
relations
традиционно-дружественные
in tourism
отношения наших
industry
стран, и взаимный
because we
культурный
are
интерес. Вот
traditionally
как Алексей
friendly
сказал,
countries,
да, практически все
cultural
легко
interests, as
получить. И
Alexei has
кто-то уже был в
mentioned.
России, кто-то бы хотел к нам приехать. Но
Well,
вот
his friends
особо
either
пока
visited
нас не
Russia
знает
already
Москвы и
or are
Петербург,
going to
поэтому,
do so.
конечно,
But
эту
again,
выставку, я думаю,
Moscow
ей
and St.
призвана донести
Petersburg
как можно
are the
больше
main
информации о
destinations.
нашей
So
стране
the idea is to
до
promote more
потенциальных наших
information
гостей из Индии.
about our
Но
country
главным
to our
препятствием
Indian
для развития
colleagues. But the
туризма пока, к
major
сожалению, является
obstacle
визовый
for the
режим.
tourism
Мы
development is a
за
visa
последний год с
regime.
индийскими коллегами разрабатывали
We have been
вопросы
trying to
его
work out
либерализации, в том числе и для организованных
that
туристов.
to
Но по тем
liberalize
или
for
иным
Indian
причинам
tourists
пока не смогли
for
выработать
organized
оптимальный
groups, but
для
we were not
всех сторон
able
механизм.
to make
И,
an optimum
конечно,
mechanism
безусловно,
for all
отмена
sides. And that
визового
goes
режима
without
стала
saying that
сильным
the
драйвером роста
cancellation of the visa
потоков, потому что, по некоторым
regime
оценкам,
would
количество въездных
be a good
туристических поездок могло бы
contributor
увеличиться
to
в порядка
increasing
ну,
influx of
примерно
Indian
в 2 раза.
tourists to Russia. We
Вот. В
could
то же время Индия
double
была
it,
включена в перечень государств,
and
которые
India would be part of the states
могут оформить к нам
that
электронную визу, которая действует на
who can
территории нашей
receive
страны
electronic visa
до
that is
16
valid
дней.
across
Механизм
Russia
этот,
up to 16
я думаю, многие
days.
из присутствующих
That
знают, он должен был
mechanism,
уже быть запущен в
you know
январе
that I think,
2021 года, но
it should
пандемия
have
как-то
been
помешала, и
launched
пока
in January 21.
правительство
However, the
смогло
pandemic
принять решение
was
приостановить их
a
действие на
limit factor,
неопределенный
and
срок,
the
но мы
government
очень
decided to
надеемся,
suspend it
в ближайшее
for
время все-таки
um,
ее действие будет
unknown
восстановлено.
period. However, we
Ну и,
hope that
конечно, есть
we can launch
проблематика,
it
связанная с
soon.
ограниченным
And of
авиасообщением.
course, there is a
Тоже причина
limitation of air
пандемии
traffic
является и ряд
due
других
to the
факторов.
pandemic as
Сейчас
well, and some
компания
other
Airflow
things. At the
совершает
moment,
перелеты из
Airflots, Russian
Москвы в
Airlines,
Дели с
have been flying
периодичностью
from
4 раз в неделю
Moscow to
на
Delhi
Гоа, трижды в
4
неделю летают
times
самолеты.
per week,
Конечно,
three
этого
times to
недостаточно,
Goa.
чтобы в полной
That's
мере
not enough
какие-то
to
продукт на
fully
индийский рынок.
offer our
Но,
product
как уже
and
и
promote
были
it at
подсчеты, мы
the
крайне
Indian market.
заинтересованы в
As I said,
туристах из Индии.
we are very
Еще в
interested
период пандемии
to,
началась
to
работа по
receive Indian
адаптации
tourists. During the
отечественных
pandemic,
продуктов
we
под
began
запрос индийского
adapting
рынка. В частности, мы
domestic
разработали
tourism,
соответствующие рекомендации
domestic
для бизнеса.
tourist
Сейчас это
facilities for
позволит,
Indian colleagues.
конечно,
We have
повысить качество
developed
предоставляемых
recommended
услуг,
practice for
потому
the
что
business
если вы
to
будете ездить в
increase
наши
quality of
музеи,
services provided because
есть
our
свои
Indian friends
предпочтения, есть вот
have
очень индийские
their
туристы
own
относительно
preferences
склонны к вегетарианству, предпочтение путешествовать с
because
большими
you
группами,
guys are
в коротких
vegetarians, you
группах с
prefer to
предложением информации,
travel
все ключевое,
in
как
larger
вырастить
groups,
каковы
you prefer
предпочтения,
all-inclusive
это, несомненно, должно
options,
учитываться.
and
На
that
редакции
certainly
прошлого года мы
has to
совместно с
be
торговыми
taken
экспертами
into account.
продолжили организование
After, well, last
онлайн-мероприятий на
year, we have organized
формате
online
для установления
events
деловых контактов между российскими и индийскими
to
предприятиями
make
туризма. Это и туроператоры,
contacts
гостиницы.
between
И я
Indian and
уверен,
Russian
и я уже говорил,
tourist
еще раз
operators
подчеркну,
as
что
well
сегодняшнее
as
мероприятие будет
hotels.
способствовать укреплению
Today's event
торгового сотрудничества
will
с индийской стороной,
certainly
а также обеспечению безопасного и
forge
комфортного
our
путешествия для
tourist
граждан
relations as
семейства.
well
Желаю
as
всем успешной работы.
ensuring
Спасибо большое.
good, safe travel.
Да, Демьян,
I
спасибо.
wish you all the
Еще
best
у нас
and
есть несколько вопросов. Можете,
shukriya.
да, ответить?
Да, конечно.
Demian, we have a few questions. Could you answer them,
Вот
please? Yes, of course,
вы
I can.
сказали о том, что уже было сделано, да, как выстраивался
You have already
маршрут.
mentioned what has been done,
Возможно ли сейчас
but can you
сказать
tell me
что-то насчет планов
what
дальнейшего
is
продвижения
the
России
plan
в
for
Индии?
future promotion
Сейчас
of
есть такая
Russia
информация?
in India? Is there any information at your
Да, ну
side?
мы планируем также, вот как
Well, as before, the plan is, with your assistance, of course, with Profi.Travel and other platforms, we are going to promote our country abroad and to tell about our tourist potential. Now, we have some change because the Federal Agency for Tourism in Russia has been terminated, and now we are part of the Ministry for Economic Development. However, we will continue that effort, and many colleagues are coming, yeah, are part of the Ministry for Economic Development. However, we will keep in touch.
Да,
Thank
ну это
you.
очень хорошо, что Демьян Олегович
It's
приходит
very
в
good that
Минэкономразвитие, потому
Tibian
что
is
в южном
going to the
регионе
Ministry
России
for
все было
Economic Development.
хорошо.
It means that
И
everything will be good with the inbound
теперь
tourism in Russia,
еще
I'm
раз вот
sure.
можно
Demian
повторить, да, для наших
Olegovich, could you
индийских коллег.
repeat
То
for
есть
our
теперь,
Indian
если, например,
colleagues
у них есть какие-то
now,
вопросы, какие-то
if they
инициативы,
have
может
a
быть,
few questions
по
or
фан-тревелу, да, то есть
initiatives
им уже
for
теперь
fun
обращаться
trips or
напрямую в
something, do they
Минэкономразвитие.
have to directly ask the Ministry for Economic Development? Right, to the Ministry for Economic Development. And we also have two new departments dedicated to tourism, and the department that we are going to with our bigger friendly team is called the Department for Tourism Development. So it's going to be like a little international department. So we are at your service.
Мгм. Замечательно. Демьян, спасибо
All
огромное
right,
за
Dimian, thank
информацию.
you. Thank you very much
Успехов.
indeed for your information and all the best to you.
Друзья, я сейчас хочу пригласить к нам
Well,
на
colleagues,
студию
now I would like to give a
руководителя
floor
информационного
to the
центра в
head of
Индии
the Russian
Пареш
Information Center in
Навани.
India, Paresh Navani. The floor is
Навани,
yours.
добрый день.
Namaskar, Mr.
Good,
Navani.
namaskar, namaskar, Privyat.
Господин
Okay, so it is, I think about 12:20 in India, so I should say good afternoon, not good morning. And I don't want to waste too much time, but what I would like to say thank you to Damian for your support. Thank you, Damian. I think you are on the right track and you give us good guidance. And we are sure we shall do a good job as Profi.Travel to promote Russia and India. So, so how do we actually go about getting business? So let me not talk about how Russia will benefit. Let me talk about how the travel agent will make money first. Of course, Russia will make money if Indians go to Russia. But I want to talk to my travel agent community and explain to them how this will work in the future. As of now, we are all aware that there is this very, vague situation, this geopolitical situation. I don't want to comment politically or unpolitically, but we have challenges. So how do we solve these challenges? So there are one, two, three, four, five. Five topics I want to talk to you about very shortly. One is visa. The other is money transfer to Russia. The third is India friendly program. Fourth is some surprise for the Indian market. And what is Russian Information Center in India? So there are five topics I'd like to speak about. So visa. Visa was supposed to be e-visa free. It was supposed to start in January 2021, as Damian rightly said. But because of Corona and now this situation and blah blah, it is deferred. But I would like to tell all my Indian community that visa is never a problem to Russia. Okay. In last 7 years, I've seen two rejections. Two. Okay. So I don't think visa is a problem. So don't worry. If you need any help with visa, please contact us. We will organize it for you. Okay, that's first topic done. Second topic, money transfer. Now the SWIFT system, Visa card, MasterCard, is not functioning in Russia anymore because of whatever reasons. But it was not working before 1991 also. Okay, Russia was in sanctions before 91, and now in 2022 we are back in sanctions. But India and Russia always had a historical relation, which started in 1467 with the arrival of one gentleman. His name was Afanasi Nikitin. He came to India, okay, and that was the first time we had a Russian interaction. So money transfer, that's the topic. So Indian government and Russian government have a direct system. So if you have to transfer to my company in Russia as a tour operator, then you have to transfer money to a Russian bank in Delhi. The name of the bank is Bear Bank with the copy of the invoice, and you just transfer money there, and we will get it in Russia. There is no SWIFT, there is no IBAN number from Europe. You don't need any corresponding bank. In fact, if you send money from India to Russia, they don't have to justify why it is coming. And if you send money to me from Russia, then I don't have to fill any FEMA declaration. Okay? So the FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act of India, is not applicable in this scenario as I see it. Okay? Now, next topic, India friendly. So I think it was 2016 when we started the India Friendly program in Russia. It is trademarked. It is a registered brand. And what we do is we train Russian hotels to cook Indian food and to give Indian facilities, what we Indians like tea, coffee maker in the room, free water, Indian food. That's basically what we want. So that is taken care of by our India Friendly program. If you have any doubts, anything, this is for the travel agents in India, tour operators, that if you have any doubts, give us a shout. Call us. And we will solve it. Indian food, whatever. Okay? Now, Russian Information Center. It was started under the mandate of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation from the Consulate General of Mumbai in 2013 to provide a system to promote India in Russia and to promote Russia in India. So that's what Russian Information Center is. And if I can jump the gun, we will be starting a new media company in India. It will be called Profi.Travel. So Profi.Travel will come to India firsthand. So if you have any marketing needs, please do let us know. Right. Thank you, Artem. Any questions from anybody?
Пареш, у меня, да, есть несколько уточняющих вопросов.
Yes,
Paresh,
Paresh.
I have a few specifying questions. You said that a visa in India is not a problem. There were just two refusals, as far as you remember. So, can you please tell us how long it takes to get a visa to India now? How difficult is it to get all the documents, all the confirmations, and so on?
See, it's very simple. It's normal business. If you make a proper application with a proper invitation, it takes 5 days. So it is not a problem at all. People want to make a problem out of it, but there is no problem. I have not seen a problem from the Consulate of India in the last 7 years. And if somebody says there is a problem and you have to give me $50 more, he is not speaking the truth. So there is no problem at all for visas. It never was. We never had a problem. All right.
Ну, 5 дней это не
Next
много,
question.
в принципе,
Well, 5 days is not a long period of time, so tourists have the possibility to buy tours just before their trip. It's a normal working situation. Okay,
рассказывали
Yeah.
про систему
you've told us about the system
как вы обучали принимать
of learning how you taught people to how you taught people to welcome Indian tourists in Russia. And I wonder, well, there are Indian restaurants in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, and many big cities of Russia, that's clear. But if we go, let's say, to the Amur region, to some exotic, distant northern regions of Russia, where you can see a lot of different scenes, but maybe there are some problems with Indian cuisine there. So how do you resolve those issues now? And during the time that you run this program, is the quality of providing those services changing?
Oh, yes. Yes, for sure. See, when we used to come to passport control in Moscow, in Sheremetyevo or Nukovo, whichever airport. The passport control was like, but now they're like, so there is a change. There's a very good positive change. First, first thing. Now to answer your main question, that how do we solve the problem for Indians, let's say Murmansk, okay? So I also have a tour company. We are a registered DMC in Russia, okay? But we send Indians to Murmansk, okay? And there is no Indian restaurant in Murmansk. There is the Indian Navy in Murmansk who are training on submarines, but they don't have a restaurant. Okay? So, vegetarian, Italian, momos, what do you call it? What do you call it in Russian? What do you call a momo in Russian? Pirmeni. Okay? So, yes, there is a little bit of a problem in the extreme northern parts of Russia with respect to Indian food. But as more Indians go there, then I'm sure that we will organize for an Indian to invest in a restaurant in Murmansk. And with respect to Amur, well, I was invited by the Minister of Economics from the Amur region. So I went through entire that part of Siberia. It was a fantastic experience. I saw a rocket launch from Vostochny Cosmodrome. Okay, and but I found the food in Amur to be okay for me, and I'm Indian, so it is not bad. And there are some good hotels. Let's say the Accor Group has got a 5 star or a 4 star in Amur, in Bhagavashensk, which has got fantastic food. It may not be Indian, pure Indian, but they understand how to play the mix of spice and flavor for the Indian tongue. So I don't think it's a big challenge. It is just a start. As we go along, so I would like to again say, Mr. Damian and everybody can please do note that from 2016 to 2019, India has shown unorganic growth towards tourism to Russia. So there were about in 2015 about 16 or 18,000 roughly tourists who were traveling to Russia. In 2019, it was 100,000. So that's, I think, in 4 years, fantastic growth. It's like 25% year on year, which is growth you don't talk about in business. You know, you cannot even plan for that. So to answer your questions, food, yes, food is available in southern Russia, no problem. If you go to, let's say, Pyatigorsk, before you go to Elbrus, okay? So the Kafkas cuisine has got spices. Moscow, St. Petersburg, we have Indian restaurants. Kazan, we have Indian restaurants. We have in Ekaterinburg. We have in Vladivostok, Indian restaurant. Okay? We have Indian restaurant in Pam, in Crimea, in Krasnodar, Sochi. So I think we're pretty okay. I think Russia is doing a good job to get Indian tourists. This is how I look at it. I'd like to look at it positively.
Замечательно, Париж. Вот
That's
расскажите,
great, Paresh.
пожалуйста, вы
Can you please tell us,
представитель своей страны, да, когда
you as a representative of your country, when you come to Russia,
поездки больше всего
and during your latest trips, what struck you the most, what amazed you the most, and what was a revelation for you?
туриста, да,
As a tourist, if we look at it from the point of view of the tourist,
туристов сейчас
for Indian tourists,
в России недооценены.
what is really unknown and maybe undervalued in Russia, and what would you like Indian tourists to see in Russia?
Oh my God. Oh shit. It's a very tough question. Very difficult. It is like you asking me what you want to see in India. So India has got deserts, it has got mountains, it has got, deserts, mountains, sea, lakes, culture, different cultures. You have 90 states, we have 32 states. You have one, maybe 90 languages, we have 500 languages. Okay? So in India and Russia are very much same. And I don't really, I think Indians have just to go to Russia because Petersburg is the most beautiful city in the world. I don't think Paris or Rome can even come close. Okay, I worked in Germany half my life. And I think, wow, Petersburg is the most beautiful city in the world. Moscow is the most vibrant city in the world. And in terms of culture and music and arts, you can't touch Russia. You talk about woodwork, you talk about inlay, you talk about, even if you talk about the Cossacks, there's nothing like that in the world. So going for a Cossack dance is something an Indian will love. I want them to see that. I want them to experience the northern lights in Murmansk. I want them to experience the Elbrus. I want them to experience Vorontsov Palace, where the final agreement between Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt was signed, which is decided today our world's position was that agreement that time. It was in Vorontsov Palace. I want Indians to experience that. It's place of history, there's place for culture, there's place for music, art, nature. Wow, there is everything. So I would request all Indians, you're welcome to visit Russia and we will support you doing it. You can work with us. If you don't want to work with us, you can work with anybody, no problem. But if you need help,
Спасибо, господин Навани, за такую
Thank you very much
thank you.
for this high evaluation of our tourist destinations. And of course, we invite everyone to see everything that Mr. Navani mentioned. And we are looking forward to getting Indian tourists in Russia. Thank you very much.
продолжаем наш.
And now we should continue our program.
Может быть, хочу добавить,
I will give you some more useful information on the trips to Russia.
во-первых, о правилах въезда я бы хотел
In case you don't know, I would like to mention some entrance trips. Starting from the 21st of October, Profi.Travel, the Russian official body, declined or cancelled the PCR test. So now Indian tourists do not need to pass PCR tests before going to Russia. But like before, you need to write some paper questionnaires before coming to Russia.
электронных виз,
Regarding the e-visa systems that Demyan Smilevets mentioned, yes, it was supposed to work starting from the 1st of January. It was put on hold temporarily, but there is some information. Starting last week, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia announced that before the 31st of January 2022,
предложение по
its experts will provide some suggestions to implement this project for foreign citizens coming to Russia, the e-visa systems.
что это будет не так, что этот вопрос начнут затягивать.
Why do we believe that it will be like this, that this issue will not be procrastinated? Why do we think so? Because this is one of the
России Владимиром Путиным и, соответственно,
tasks that was granted by Russian President Vladimir Putin, and we are sure that the ministry will resolve this issue. I can add some insider information on this topic. Right now,
опять же, препятствуют совершенно не политические причины.
there are some absolutely non-political reasons preventing this system from being implemented starting from the 1st of January.
Некоторые технические сложности
The thing is that there are some technical issues
систем на данный момент
which are slowing down the launch of the system. We are currently resolving them, and I think they will be resolved before the 31st of January. And we will have to agree on the final list of countries to visit Russia, and I'm sure that India will be on that list. We have no reasons to believe that it will not be there. And therefore, as for a visa-free regime mentioned by Demyan, we believe that it is quite possible for India as well. So, in principle, in the near future, this visa issue should be resolved. So it's going to be quite simple, and even right now, as Mr. Navani said, it's quite easy. It can be resolved in just 5 days. They can grant you visas in 5 days, but I think it will become even easier. As for the payments, Mr. Navani mentioned the settlements between Russian and Indian companies. As for payments for services and products for tourists, it's clear that right now there is a problem with plastic cards because Visa and MasterCard systems do not work in Russia. But judging from our experience, more and more tourists are used to come into Russia with some cash. Particularly those who are not used to carrying cash for a long time. There is no problem here. There are no difficulties. There is no problem at all with money or currency exchange. The guide can tell you about where to exchange the money. There is no problem with that. As for Indian tour agencies, it's interesting for you because not everyone likes to bring cash, particularly large amounts of cash. So we are running a situation with cards which is beneficial for organized tourism, because you can always tell your clients that they can pay all the services even before coming to Russia. And this guarantees that you will get even more profit from this trip, because the customer will buy the excursions and the tours in advance from you. There will be no other option, such as to ask someone else or to buy something locally. So the profit from each single trip can grow now, because the clients will understand that they will need to pay the maximum amount of services. As a result, this is an additional possibility to gain some profits in the Russian destination. Along with the financial issues, there are some other issues now. Those tourists who come from different countries in Russia, those who come to St. Petersburg, for example, for them I can tell you that it's the best time to come to Russia right now, because there are no ordinary crowds of people in tourist buses and so on. For obvious reasons, for example, China does not allow its tourists to leave their borders and so on. And those tourists who come to us from countries such as India say that now they have a completely different perception of Russia, because you are really plunging into this culture. You can see local people and not crowds of other tourists in tourist coaches. So it's a completely different impression from the country, and this is really cool. So you need to seize this moment, and actually on this note, I announce our Red exhibition as open, and I wish everyone success, fruitful work, new knowledge, and please send your tourists to Russia. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Namaskar, Priya Dosto. Hello, dear friends. We are glad to welcome you here in Russia. Russia is really a big country, and every region of this country is unique and specific and beautiful in its own way. But we are proud, our company, Volcanoes Await, we are proud to represent Kamchatka region. And this is the place definitely worth visiting. So our company is a team of inspired people. People who live in Kamchatka definitely love this nature. And people who work here, they don't treat tourism as business. This is our passion. And we are glad to share our passion and our love with you. And Kamchatka is a must-see place for, I think, everyone. So you fall in love with Kamchatka from the first glance. But we should inform you beforehand that we are too far from Moscow. Yes, we are very much remote. It will take you 8 hours to get from Moscow to Kamchatka. It's a direct non-stop flight. But the very first moment when you land in Kamchatka airport, you will fall in love with Kamchatka beauty, with these magnificent volcanoes. So Kamchatka is remote, but definitely unforgettable. For many people, Kamchatka is white and cold. It's not as cold as Siberia, so you should keep it in mind. It's comparatively warm here in winter, but we have a lot of snow anyway. But at the same time, Kamchatka is bright and beautiful and full of colors. So some people look for some adventures. They want to explore different planets like Mars or Moon. So when you come to Kamchatka, you will see these picturesque views, these deserted lands. And it is true because Moon walking machine and Mars walking machine were tested here in Kamchatka. But if you're looking for something brighter, well, your guests will be definitely surprised with these bright colors. A lot of vegetation, a lot of animals of different sizes and characters. So, for the whole family, it will be a wonderful and unforgettable trip because kids, they love animals, but not only kids, adults as well. And if you're looking for something very specific, it's definitely Kamchatka for you. So one third of Kamchatka territory belongs to protected areas. And you will find the most incredible species of birds, animals, and plants in our peninsula. So you, I don't think that there are indifferent people indifferent to Kamchatka brown bears. Everyone loves bears. So for photographers, it's a paradise because the best close-up shots are made here in Kamchatka. And we can bring your guests to bears as well, to Bears Kingdom. We can do it by helicopters. We arrange it on protected areas. So you can come very close to Kamchatka brown bears. You may enjoy this family routine and they don't pay much attention to you because they feel safe. This is how our tourism is organized here. So everything is safe for both sides, for people, for our guests, and for animals as well. This is important to know. If bears is not enough, some people come for the best selfies ever. And Kamchatka is a place for the best selfie because we have a very contrasting landscape. We have Pacific Ocean, hot volcanoes, cold snow, a lot of contrasting things in one bottle. And if your guest wants to take a video of eruption of the volcano, we'll bring you up there. So we may circle by the helicopter around erupting volcano and you'll take the best photo and video ever. If you are not so risky, if your guests are not so brave, and we can understand it, well, being wise is not the best, the bad thing. Okay, we can bring you to the bottom of the volcano, and you will have a magnificent view of a volcano erupting just behind your back. So it's up to you to choose. But don't forget that everything is organized due to safety rules for sure. So, what is next to impress you? Another photo of another active volcano. And look what is there. It's incredible color of acid lake, which is located in the crater of an active volcano. You want to get there? You want to bring your people to this place? We can arrange it for you. Imagine one of your guests staying here and being happy that Instagram is boast or Instagram is envying him. So all his or her friends wish to come to this place. So what else we can offer? Some people may dream of being on the ninth cloud, being on the top of the planet, and here it is. It's another active volcano, and it's ideal combination of helicopter flight and a little bit of hiking. So we can walk together around the crater volcano, admiring this hardened lava still smoking, and viewing these bright colors of volcanic land. So why not calling it a paradise? This is the place for the guests to stay. Well, some people wanted more, and the highest in Eurasia, active volcano, which is also located in Kamchatka, is welcoming you here. Here you are. Have a look at this stunning view. Can you imagine what people feel when they come to this place? So if you want your guests to feel happy, to feel just on the ninth cloud, yes, you may also address us. We may discuss all the details during our individual meetings and talks later on. But right now, just try to imagine how beautiful it is here and how unique is Kamchatka. Some people are looking for some silence. Some people want to stay away from another people just to enjoy the view, to enjoy the sunset. So we may bring you to the coast of the Pacific Ocean, and you may stay there just with your sun, with your ocean, and no one else is going to bother you. Enjoy the silence. And any time of the year, you may come and you may bring your wishes and dreams to come true. So we organize these trips throughout the year. It may be summer, it may be winter. Have a look at this photo. Kamchatka in winter and in spring is the same incredible and unforgettable. So you may think of what and when to organize here. And we can show Kamchatka from above. Yeah, for sure, it's fantastic view from above, though traveling on land is as well as interesting as by helicopter. So we should mention for sure our brand mark. This is Valley of Geysers. There are 6 places on the planet of this kind, and we have one of these rarest places here in Kamchatka. So we can make a one-day trip, or you may stay there for the overnight. If you wanted to enjoy erupting geysers, okay, you're more than welcome. We may bring you for 2 days or whatever, or however you want to be there. We can arrange it for you. Well, you can see interesting landscapes like this tiny mud volcano. Nature, created this miniature, like maybe especially for kids. Tiny volcano for tiny people, for small people like kids, and they like coming to Kamchatka. So don't forget about family trips. And again, everything is safe. So we make our trips due to safety rules everywhere around Kamchatka. And for those people who are tired of helicopter flights, can you imagine that some people can be tired of helicopter flights? I don't know these people, but if you want to have some diversity, here is Pacific Ocean, and it shares its treasures with you. So killer whales and spotted seals, during your boat trips are a normal thing. And have a look at the colors of our photos. We don't use Photoshop. They don't need editing because everything in Kamchatka is so bright and full of colors and full of life. So we may show you stellar sea lions, huge animals, which are enlisted in endangered species animals list or book, or we can bring you to whales, or it's a bird's paradise. So millions of birds can be found in Kamchatka during boat trips. For those who like photography, very dramatic photos can be taken here. So if you have photographers who are looking for some interesting places, bring them to Kamchatka. With these heavy clouds hanging over hills, the best dramatic and moody and atmospheric photos can be taken. And for sure, we should mention our indigenous people, as their culture is rich and unique. So you may dance together with these people, you may sing together with them, you may interact with these people, and they will share their passion, their love, their culture with you, customs and traditions. So all these trips, they can be organized just for separate people or adult ones or for families. And in winter, as I mentioned, that winter in Kamchatka is incredible. We have a lot of snow. Snowmobile trips are more than popular. Or even in bad days, you can make the biggest ever snowman because we have so much snow that we can sell it everywhere. A lot of snow. And huskies. Everyone likes husky. So you can play with them, you can hug them, you can make very fantastic rides through the forest. And in the end of the day, when you think that, oh, it's cold in Kamchatka, a lot of snow, we'll warm you up in our hot springs. We have a lot of wild hot springs, and our hotels, they provide this facility as well. So you may have private thermal water pools in your hotel, and your kids and the whole family may relax in the end of the day. If not, if something more romantic, why not sitting around the fire on the shore of the Pacific Ocean? Or we may welcome you in the dwelling of indigenous people. You may sit there around the fire listening to their stories. Or why not in a lodge in between volcanoes? And in the end of the day, you may have a nice hot cup of tea. So, mentioning tea, we should mention Kamchatka cuisine. It's diverse and multinational, so we can adjust it to any taste and any demand. You may start your day with a cup of tea, accompanied by a brown bear. We may serve you lunch on the shore of the Pacific Ocean with no one else to bother you, and you may enjoy your meals freshly cooked in the open air. So wherever you travel around Kamchatka, you will enjoy our treasures, our tasty berries and seafood. But we should mention again that we can make these trips by our helicopter, as our company has a helicopter for 6 passengers. But if you have a bigger group, we can hire helicopters of bigger size for bigger groups, and we can arrange it for you. Talking about accommodation, we have nice and cozy hotels with private thermal water pools, which is very nice, especially in winter time. And for those who is looking for some very extreme adventures, we have special transport. We call them monster cars, and they can bring you anywhere around Kamchatka, either to the top of the volcano with Blue Lake or through lava fields, wherever you like. You will have an unforgettable journey. So think of it as well. And event tourism as well is one of our part of our job. So if you come here for any occasion, we may help you to organize this event. So what can I say? What is the reason which will bring you to Kamchatka? It's up to you to decide. So guys, we're welcoming you to Kamchatka. Hope to see you here and hope to have some meetings together with you. Thank you very much for listening. It was nice presenting Kamchatka for all of you. Thank you, and hopefully see you here in Kamchatka. Goodbye.
Good afternoon. My name is Dima. I'm the deputy director of one of the biggest company on the Kola Peninsula, Visit Murmansk. I'm very happy to introduce our Kola Peninsula. So let me introduce our company first. Oh, it okay. Yeah, the name of our company is Visit Murmansk. You may know us because we are working in the tourism for more than 15 years, and more than 10 guests will come from through us. So we're working as incoming. I'm so sorry. Секундочку. Ань! I'm so sorry because I'm telling from our office. Yeah, more than 10,000 satisfied tourists will come from us, and we are working all over the world with a lot of big companies, and in India also. We are participating in international tourism exhibitions, and as for our company, we have 4 offices here in Kolar Peninsula, and more than 40 people are working in our company, such as managers, drivers, guides, and others. So we have our own vehicles, big one and small one for different groups, from 2 people up to 50 people, and we can take at one time more than 100, 200 people. So we have always our special accommodations. So it's Eco Hotel Aurora Village. So there are 10 boom igloos with a panoramic windows in each. So I had a question about the temperature inside. So in a very harsh conditions, weather conditions, where the temperature outside is minus 25 or even minus 30, 35 degrees below zero, it's still comfortable inside. It's like plus 23, plus 25 sometimes, because we have the central heating. So we have the warm floor, and everything is made for feel comfortable inside of it. So you can just lie on a bed and see northern lights through these special triangular windows. So as I told before, we have 10 of them, so and can take more than 40, from 40 up to 50 people one time. So we are always making tours like fishing, ski or snowboarding. So you may know that we have the special places, the Teribirka, from where you can take a boat to see the whales also. So there are very picturesque views in Teribirka, and you will feel the north there. So like it can be different in a different part of the year, but the most picturesque it's in maybe in winter and in a late autumn. So as for the Aurora Village, we also have our cafe where I can take dinner, and you can always see the northern lights from the cafe. It's like fabulous. So yeah, here you can see some pictures from our base. So in the top of in the left, you can see one of the nice aurora picture, and on the right you can see it from through the glasses of triangular windows. So we are always have the Japanese bath. It's have you ever tried to take a bath outside in minus 25 degrees, and so look up ahead and see the northern light. It's like an unforgettable, believe me. So you should come here at least once to feel this experience. And so we're all working as a tour operator more than 15 years. So, and our regular tours are like we are starting from the like ordinary city tour and visit the unique museum, the Icebreaker Lenin. It's an very new unique because it's used as a museum for more than 14 years, and it was like a real ship in the past. So it helps people to go through these several conditions of the north to push the ice and make a path to other ships. So we are also have like trips to Teriberka. I think that you know about Teriberka a lot because it's a very one of the unique places to visit in a Kolar Peninsula. So you can come here in the winter to take an experience of riding dogs and reindeers, like in a Dead Moroz sleds. So it's very unique, especially for kids. They are very happy with it. And we also have the special, the biggest museum. So the Museum of Ice and Snow in Kirovsk. It's made only with an ice and snow, and it's the biggest one in Russia. So you can visit it in the one of the hours tours to Hibin Mountains. So you can take a ski, try to go snowboard if you want, and so you can visit our website to see other tours. So yeah, there you can take a snowmobile also, like on Kamchatka. Snowmobile safaris are very famous in Hibini Mountains. You can take from can take from like a 23 kilometers. It's a shortest road, and then up to 1, 2, 3 days expedition. So like a very strong winter experience for you and for us also, because every Russian want to go this way of not a leisure, but maybe weekend holidays. So I was very happy to present you our very dark in these times region, because we have the polar night. So there are 40 days of absolutely night time. So, and there are no sun here from the 2nd of December up to the 11th of January. So you can see the northern lights even in maybe 3 p.m. Yeah, from 3 p.m. up to the 7 a.m. So it's like a whole day. Okay. It's in our company and in our region. You can contact us via email or just make a call. So we can make a Zoom meeting if you want. Okay, follow me and let's meet later. If you have some questions, just ask me. I'll answer today and tomorrow also. So have a good day. Thank you for your attention, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for your interest for Samara region. So my name is Serafima, travel company Samara in Tour. We live in a very, very beautiful city called Samara region. And it is very difficult in one presentation to show all the opportunities and all ideas for your tourists. But I will try to give you an idea and some facts to remember. First of all, I want to say that Samara is situated in the middle of Russia, so we say it's the heart of Russia, and it's very easy to reach our city and to make combination with other great cities of Russia. As you know, now we have direct flights from Delhi to Moscow, so that's why of course everyone tries to start from Moscow, St. Petersburg, but then we give you an idea to send your clients to Samara, because it's very, very easy to reach by airplane. It takes only 1 hour and a half from Moscow and 2 hours from St. Petersburg, or you can get a train. It's very comfortable and easy as well. And talking about Samara, as I told, it's a very beautiful city. Why? Because it is situated on a great river Volga, and it's very, very good to spend your time and your holidays in, especially in summer season, because Samara is the only city in Russia that is situated on one bank of the river. When the city is on one bank, and the other bank, it's national park where you can stay, where you can walk, where you can make hiking and see all the beauty of the nature when you can touch this nature. So we recommend, of course, to visit us in summer period. So talking about food, it's very important for Russians, and it's very, very important for people living in Samara, because our food, our kitchen is combined of many, many nationalities. So you can find everything here, all kinds of restaurants, more expensive, less expensive, with very, very good services. And of course, we try to make some master classes and workshops when you can try to make something special and to take it with you. For example, the workshop and cheese tasting is very interesting, attractive. You can attend. It can be attended not only by adults but also by children. It's in a very beautiful place, also touch the nature, but we still have a lot of ideas like this, and I can share you in emails or during the network. And also what you should remember about Samara, that we have a lot of chain hotels in our city. We have Hampton by Hilton, we have Holiday Inn, we have Renaissance, and we have also Lotte. So it's one of the 4th hotels, Lotte in Russia, and we have it in Samara, high-class hotel, where we can do a lot of conferences, where we can make meetings, or just have a good rest after excursion program or after your rest on the river Volga. But also we have such accommodations for health, for example, if you want to make some checkups, if you want to make some procedures. We want to show you our sanatorium Volsky Utес. It's very familiar. People from all Russia coming there, because it's also situated in a beautiful place in nature, when you can also walk and touch the nature. It's Sanatorium Samarsky. It's situated not far away from the central city. It's very comfortable also for accommodation, because there is also a hotel, there is a swimming pool indoor, in summer period outdoor, many activities for children and adults as well. And if you want to touch 2 cities of Samara region, it's Samara and Taliati. Of course, it's Sanatorium Nadezhda. It's also situated in a very, very beautiful place outside of the city, but it's very easy to reach from it to Tольятти. And of course, a lot of new objects are built for the few years, and not a new one, but one of the favorite one. It's called Ruskaya Охота. Why it's popular? Because very beautiful place, very good kitchen, also outdoor pool during summer period, and it's situated just between Samara and Tольятти, and just 10-15 minutes from international airport Kurumich. And people who combine Samara and Tольятти, of course, we recommend to accommodate in this hotel. Sosnova Family Club, it's a new property. It was built 2 years ago. It has a great open swimming pool. It has a lot of programs, a lot of activities. So if you want to run away from city, it's the best place to stay there. But in 30-40 minutes you can reach, of course, the city center, where you can make all the excursions, when you can have, for example, some meetings or whatever the purpose of your visit. And one more property, it's situated on the river Volga, called Hotel Mayak, very good infrastructure. Now they have a very, very good and beautiful spa center that is very popular. So after long excursions, you can also have a rest in their spa complex. Also, we like winter season, because we have both summer and winter season. It's very, very beautiful to come in January and February. You can see all great pictures of snow, of trees. You can swim in open pools as well that are heated for special temperature. So it's not Alps, but still it's Samara, and it's very, very comfortable and very, very beautiful here in all seasons, both in summer and winter. So I think that you can also share we can also share the contacts, and we can discuss how can we communicate and how can we make our business, because as for us, of course, we do all big groups, small groups, individuals. More comfortable it's to make small groups and individuals, to make the programs that are asked and awaited by the clients. So that's why I can share you the contacts, our website samarintour.ru, and our email address, where you can send all of your requests, and we can calculate the special program, the special prices for your clients, for the requests of your clients, and make a tailor-made vacation for Samara for them. Thank you for your time. I hope to communicate with you during the network, to share the contacts, and to start working. Have a good day.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Namaskar. I am Natalia Zavalishina, and I am CEO of Interest Samara company. We have been working in the tourist market for more than 25 years now. We are one of the oldest companies in our region, and we are a member of the Russian Union of Tourism Industry, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are part of the single register of the Russian tour operators, and we are also accredited by IATA Association. We offer customized or package tours as well as personal tours for individual tourists or corporate clients as well. One of our priorities is development of inbound and internal tourism in Russia. Our company is offering tours across the Samara Oblast and Russia as well. And as the previous speaker said, Samara region, or Oblast as we call it in Russia, is the heart of Russia, I would say, geographically, in the middle of our greatest river, Volga. And the Oblast itself looks like a human heart. We are proud to be a heart of the Russian Federation, so to speak. Samara Oblast is a big economic, transport and scientific center of Russia. We have over 150 major and medium enterprises, and Samara is the 9th biggest city by population in our country. Just a second, please. Well, in Samara, we have everything that you need for your leisure. The longest embankment, the biggest railway terminal in Europe, one of the largest, or the largest square in Europe. Back in 2018, we were hosting city for FIFA World Cup. Our oblast has everything for any vacation, any trip to Zhigolovsky Reserve and to Shiryaeva village, where famous Russian painters worked, as well as historic museum, the Space Museum, various theaters, a branch of the Tretyakov Gallery. We have Oceanarium, Ethnic Park, the People's Friendship Park, Volsky Spa Complex, the Equipment Museum. You will never feel bored at our place. We have quite an interesting historic corner of our city, which was founded in 1586. We have merchant towns and historical architecture in the modern style there. It's an open knowledge that our city back in World War II was selected as the second capital city of the Soviet Union, the so-called backup capital of the USSR. And there was built a bunker for Joseph Stalin. And we have guided tours in that place, and we also have, you probably know that Samara city is a space capital of Russia. We have the space, or cosmos as we call it in Russian museum. It's all part of our historic or cultural curriculum. If you visit Samara Oblast, you can not only go to theaters or museums, you can also visit industrial enterprises, automobile works where famous Lada cars are made in Tolyatti, Progress Enterprise where we develop our space industry, and certainly you can visit private farms and dairy farms, as well as greenhouses. In our slides, you can see just a few programs. They vary from 2, 3, 4 days, depending on what you want. And we also have, depending on how many days you're going to spend there, we could fill your program with everything that you want to see. This is House Museum of Ilya Repin, a famous Russian painter, in Shiryaeva village. As again, a Samara Space Museum, Stalin's bunker. So here is our cost estimate, so we could provide that slides to you, and we could also customize any price for you as you want. Speaking about different hotels, and we can offer any type of excursion by your request, individual or corporate customers or whatever you want. So we love our city and our oblast. We love our nature and culture, and we look forward to welcoming you here in Samara Oblast. You will like it as much as we do. We could also go to the city of Kazan. It's a nearby place, and this is the capital of the Tatar Republic of Russia. So, just a second, please. I'm going to show you our contact details. This is it. You can see our email address, phone number, as well as a website, intourist-samara.rf. We will be happy to see you in our region. All the best to you, and dhanyavad. Pierre Milege. Good afternoon, colleagues. Namaskar. It's my pleasure to see you all here. I am Tatiana Didukina, CEO of Ulyankine Pragulki tourist industry, the Samara tour operator. We're going to tell you about 2 winter tours for those who would like to visit us at winter time. But first of all, why choosing Ulyankine Pragulki, Ulyana's walk in Russian? We provide different types of tours for any purpose. You can see a specific excursion or a full set. We are for long-term cooperation. Therefore, please watch our slides till the end, and please do write to our email address, because we will certainly discuss what you want. We can use all types of payment. We have unique routes. All our managers have tourist background and can select a tour that would be ideal for you. We are using safe transportation, and all our excursion guides have certain documents and they are certified. And today I'm going to tell you about 2 tours. The first one is called Become a Samarian for 3 days. Why a Samarian? Because that tour will be featuring many Samara citizens at our facilities. The tour is taking place every week. You can be just only one for that tour, or a group. First day, we get together at our railway terminal. We got back on the bus, and we are going to see the Samara merchant houses and Stalin's bunker. Then we go to the Museum of Arts and make a gastronomic souvenir, a chocolate bar in one of the studios of Samara. After 5 p.m. you have free time. Second day, we are going out of town. We're visiting the Malamut Dogs place, then to Garibaldi Castle, a very famous place, and then we are dining at the Volga River bank, because the Volga River goes through the entire Samara Oblast, and then we end our day at the spa complex. We got back to the hotel at 7 p.m. The third day, we are going to spend across the Volga River. We will go to the other bank of the Volga to take a look at the city from the other side. That is a very magnificent view. We will either have a hovercraft or a motorboat. On the other part of the bank, of the Volga River, we will be tasting different types of cheese and other things. So that's how our trip ends. You can select just an excursion tour and accommodation in town, you can select yourself. It's just 10,000 rubles, 10,800 rubles, just excursion per person. Or you can buy accommodation as well. Five-star hotel, 7th Avenue is going to be 20,800 rubles per person, or at a merchant house like Graf or Loft. Earl or Loft or Zhiguli or Sevre House, where accommodation will cost you 16,800 rubles. We give you a 15% commission. We also have a winter tour called Samara Holidays.
It only happens in January and February. There are 2 dates. So we choose a group and then we go around the city, visiting Stalin's bunker, having lunch in the city's cafe, and then there is the mandatory degustation of the Zhigulovsky brewery. Then we get accommodation in the hotel, and on the second day we will go to the Friendship of the People Park, where you will find 20 national houses discovering the culture of people. After that, there will be tea drinking with nice national pastries, and then we will go to a special place where you can get warmer, because Samara is a pretty cold country, so there you have a special spa where you can get warmer. And then on the third day we will go to Tsarov Kurgan, where you will look at Samara from a different side. Now you are going to look at Samara from the other side of the Volga. It's a different tour, and you can visit the Skazka reservation area, where there are about 25 northern reindeers. Then you can taste the cheeses at the cheese factory, and then you can visit the sturgeon farm. The cost of the tour is on this slide, and you can also ask for it on WhatsApp. Our company is called Ulyankina Прогулки, tour operator Profi.Travel. My name is Tatiana, and I will be happy to see you all. Please contact me on email or on WhatsApp. Good afternoon, my name is Maria. I'm a tourism manager of a company which is called VTK Transport Company. Dear colleagues, before telling you about our company, I suggest that you have a look at our small video. Hello everyone, this is VTK Tour Company. Today we would like to introduce you to our bus fleet. As you might have noticed, we offer buses and coaches for rent. They are very different. They can do any transport services of any difficulty for any number of people. Depending on your desires, we have the newest and the cleanest buses and coaches for drivers with drivers who are very polite and who are very experienced. We have Mercedes coaches, we have the most exclusive buses. Next slide, please. Here you can see our slides. Next slide, please. We offer very diverse tourist programs for accommodation in Samara because we have a beautiful city with great sights, and we also offer coach tours in Samara, and I hope you will enjoy our city. All our coaches are equipped with all the necessary equipment. Next slide. We are happy to introduce to you our exclusive cabriolet coach, which also offers excursions. This bus is open in summer so that you can see all the beauties of Samara even better, and in winter it is closed, it's becoming warmer, it's decorated, and you can see winter Samara on it. Each seat in this coach is equipped with an audio system and an audio guide in Russian and English. This coach can accommodate 30 tourists. It works according to the hop-on, hop-off system, where tourists can buy tickets and then they can hop off the bus and make a walk tour, and then the coach goes on, and at the next route the tourists can continue their tours. We did our best to cover the maximum amount of sites in our city, in its historical part particularly. Next slide, please. This map shows the route of this bus, which runs along the most picturesque sites of our city. The main bus station is located on the river park. Then you have the Volga embankment, and there you can have a sandy beach which runs for many kilometers. So actually this is a resort, and it can be a summer resort in summer. Next slide, please. You can also ride this bus to see many sites such as the embankment, and we also organize excursions to other facilities, like Stalin's bunker, for example. This is the most secret facility in our city. We also have a bunker which is 237 meters deep, and that's one of the largest bunkers in the world. We also organize excursions to Togliatti, to Garibaldi's Palace. This is also our industrial park, and you can also find these exhibits everywhere, and you can also find cars of the future, such as electric cars of a very interesting, amazing shape. And we also have Zhigulyovsky mountains. We have a viewing platform which will show you a magnificent view over the Volga River and our mountains. So welcome to Samara. We will be happy to cooperate with you. You can see our contact details on this slide. Please send us your requests so we can prepare a tour of any complexity for you. Thank you.
Our company glad to welcome you and thanks to our region Samara. Our company glad to present our project today is a Russian experience, which I will talk about in details later. The project is closely related to the region where we live. Samara is the capital of the Samara province, located on the left bank of the river, Volga River. It was founded in 1586 as a fortress to protect Russia's southern border from the nomadic tribes in the area. The Volga River has been a part of the continent's longest highway since time immemorial. The city, developing due to trade and cultivation of wheat, gradually turned into an administrative center. As more and more ships pulled into Samara's port, the town turned into a center for diplomatic and economic links between Russia and the East. This gave a stimulus to the development of the cultural life of the community. As a busy port town and the major transport hub for the Volga region, Samara was full of places to trade, stay, and eat. There was a need to feed merchants, travelers, and workers. You can ask me why I tell you all this. Because our region is rich of delicious food. In the tributaries of the Volga River, medium-sized fish is found in abundance, so it had to be preserved and harvested. From here came the tradition of salting, drying, and drying. It was the first unique Volga region dish. Also, our region has plenty of other delicious traditional dishes to tickle your taste buds. People are often surprised at the variety and flavors of Volga dishes, which were influenced by the region connection to Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. These are the dishes you can't leave our country and our region without trying. Of course, knowing the benefits of the cuisine of our region, we welcome you to taste our region and our country. So, our company offers our foreign guests to discover what does Russia taste like, what kind of people live here, and what makes them laugh. It's all you know thanks to our project Russia Experience. It's an unusual masterclass during which you'll prepare famous Russian dishes, taste national drinks, which a colorful show, but the main thing, you'll spend your time in talking of Russian people with stand-up masters. How can you make your spare time in Samara tasty and interesting? Of course, Russia Experience. Host a memorable dinner. After a hard excursion day, relax and bond in a fun and interactive dinner while learning about Russia culture and eating fantastic local dishes. Learn about Russia culture, taste fantastic local dishes, taste exceptional drink, and mingle with fellow travelers from India in a fun setting. Our dishes, carefully prepared menu, adapted to the taste of the guests from India. Get a taste Get a taste with the best local cuisine. Serve a sun-course dinner paired with exceptional drinkers from all the region from Russia. Menu: Russian eats and treats, pancakes with caviar, a jelly with chicken, pickles, fermented vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage. And we have cooking of two dishes: dumplings with Volga fish, glazed gingerbread is a souvenir, and national drinks tasting: herbal tea, kvass, berry juice. Those who are interested can try Russia vodka, home distilled vodka, liqueur, and special winter warming drink, tea with honey and spices, and berry juice based mulled wine. It's really famously fun, interactive, and delicious. So, our company was glad to present our project Russia Experience and will welcome you and your clients to have a hospitable experience. You can touch by our contact in any time, and with glad and we welcome you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Nina Turintseva. I am the author and director of an unusual location which is situated in the Samara region of Russia, which is called a park of family vacation Malamut land. Malamut is a breed of dogs, and it's not an ordinary dog, it's a sledge dog. This is a dog which really loves people. These dogs were bred in the northern regions of Russia. These are special sled dogs, and they were people's helpers. They transported cargoes on sleds, and they helped people cover long distances among ice and snow. And right now you can ride a dog sled, which is a very interesting bypass, passing of the time, which can help you enjoy the Russian winter spirit. We invite you to our park so that you can get familiar with our wonderful dogs and, of course, ride in sled with dogs. We also have Alaska Malamuts and Siberian Huskies, which are very strong, very kind and friendly, and they don't have any aggression to people. We have a total of 65 dogs in our park, Husky and Malamut dogs. All our dogs are very sociable, and in our eco park we organized riding sleds with dogs, pulled by dogs. This is what we do in winter time. Our eco park is located in Priberezhny village. It's a 1 hour's trip from Samara and in 30 minutes from the Kurumach airport. We also have a very beautiful place here. We have 100-year-old fir trees. We have a wonderful view over the Zhiguli Mountains and a beautiful view of the Volga River. Most importantly, why we invite you to visit our park in winter is to ride a sled pulled by dogs. We can work with many people at the same time. We have very diverse programs.
And we have groups or individual tours. So if you are an individual tourist, we can have 2 to 10 kilometers on dog sledding on the pine woods. And here you will enjoy the entirety of the Russian winter. Beautiful landscapes and aspects of our nature. We do love our oblast, and you will feel love and openness of those wonderful sledge dogs, because they are very human oriented. They obey to your commands. They pull the sleds, and our experienced instructors will teach you how to control the dogs, which commands have to be given to the dog, how to do that in the correct way, and you will have a chance to talk to them after the ride, and they liked being caressed. We also have a big hill to a big sloped hill to ride on special tubings. We have a shaman. We have this character of the Russian North, or Father Frost, as we call it, the Russian Santa Claus. We also have team buildings with sled dogs. We have the program called a pack, where people interact with dogs and do this work together, and that team building is pretty popular. We also offer winter entertainment as a banana ride. You all know that banana riding is for the summertime, but we are using banana ride after snowmobile, and people are very much interested and like it in wintertime. In summertime, what we can offer to you is an aqua park. This is well, 3 swimming pools and water hills, and Samara is a resort city. We have very beautiful nature in summertime. We can see the Zhiguli Mountains view from our place, so you're welcome to visit Malamut Place in summertime as well. Starting from December 2022, our site will feature the North, or Sever in Russian restaurant. This is a very unique place with northern style, Russian North style, and the furniture and surroundings, and all types of northern cuisine of Russia, different types of meat, as well as berry drinks, northern syrups, unusual servings, and our restaurant will, satisfy any taste. We are also ready to work on demand. Our chef will always be able to select dishes that you want and to cook it for you in advance. We also have the so-called product, which we name an expedition. An expedition is, let me get a few slides back. The expedition is a tour for 2, 3, 4 days on dog sledges. This tour can be organized by a customized or tailor-made demand from our foreign visitors. To do that, please contact us in advance. You can put forward your requirements. We could tell you what we can do for you. So this is a tour where you first visit our place. You get a safety briefing. On the first day, you try to control dogs on a dog sledge. In the first day, studying from equipment and dog psychology, and the next day is a self-controlled, self-driving tour across the forest, across the field. So you can go to the warm place to stay overnight. So those tours are possible to do from 1 to 4 days. And we will certainly provide our booklet on our on our mailing list. It is already translated into English, and we are kindly asking you to cooperate us on that interesting tour and promote it. So please write to us or call us at any time. Thank you for your kind attention, and until next time, Pierre Milege. Good afternoon, our guests, and namaskar. On behalf of Nika Tours, I would like to welcome our Indian colleagues. Namaste. For your interest to visit Russia and organizers to present our company Nico Tours for you. We are an inbound travel operator in Russia, and we are sending you welcome from a wonderful Russian town of Taliati. Yes, indeed, this is not Italy, this is Russia. Taliati is a town that is located in the Samara Oblast on the bank of the Volga River. If you look at the Samara Oblast map, it looks like a human heart. Taliati town has the largest Russian car-making plant that produces Lada Niva and Zhiguli. Just 1 hour from us, there is a Samara town where my colleagues were telling you about a lot. Here, the first rocket was made to go to space. Here, we have a large river port for cruises across the great Russian river Volga. Well, we are easily accessible, I would tell you. Next to us, there is a new international airport, Samara, built for the FIFA World Cup 2018, receiving both international and domestic flights. You can fly from India via Moscow by Airflot Russian Airlines. And it takes 90 minutes to fly from Moscow to Samara. We also have direct communication with Dubai, 4 regular flights per week, 4.5 hours in flight time, and we have direct flights to Istanbul, and you could also go to our region via Istanbul. Those of you who would like to see the vast nature and vast territory of Russia, you can travel on a modern 2-storied train. It's going to take you 12 hours from Moscow to Taliati. Again, the city of Taliati is located 1,000 kilometers from Moscow. This is just 90-minute flight. It is located in a very picturesque place on the bank of the river Volga. Here in the slide, you can see a monument to the founder of Taliati, Vasily Tatishev. He is standing on our embankment. Tольятти is a car capital of Russia. We have the largest Russian auto-making plant. You will be shown our sites by our guided tours. We have a great guided tour across the city and the Avtovaz car museum. We have a very popular Garibaldi castle next to our city, ancient looking capital, and when your visitors will take a picture of that Garibaldi castle on the right hand side, you can see it. And this is a very good looking place next to our Tольятти city. As I said, it takes just 1 hour to go to the capital of our oblast, Samara, where the first space rocket was made. A very popular guided tour, Samara Cosmic, and we could also offer it to you. There are lots of river cruises from Samara city up the Volga River to Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kazan, or Nizhny Novgorod, or down the Volga River to Astrakhan or Volgograd. Samara has a wonderful riverfront and lots of interesting things, as my colleagues have already told you, and we all have it in our offers. Samara has lots of accommodation facilities, from hostels to 5-star hotels. It is our pleasure to show you our nature and our specialties, from cuisine to Russian spirit drinks. But today I would like to offer you something specific. Today we are witnessing the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, and back in 2018 the FIFA World Cup was hosted by Russia, and Samara received 6 matches, including 1/8 and 1/4 of the FIFA World Cup finals. Samara Arena is the 3rd largest stadium in Russia after Moscow and St. Petersburg, hosting 45,000 spectators. During the preparation for the Cup, a lot has been built: 6 football pitches, an airport, railway terminal, roads, parks, waterfronts, and hotels, and everything is now used to receive our precious tourists. The Tольятти city became a place of living for the Switzerland national team. And this Russian headgear called kokoshnik became one of the famous souvenirs of the FIFA World Cup. You can grab it with you as well to India as a souvenir. The Switzerland team was not coincidentally opted for our city, because our city is very compact. We have good logistics, not far from the airport. And Tольятти has the so-called sports triangle. Back from the Soviet times, this is our sports heritage, where 3 modern sports facilities, Olymp, Torpedo, and Volgar, could offer you various curricula or programs, and based on that we could organize both sports events with very strict judgments and regulations, as well as very funny family sports events for corporate customers or for private individuals. Any types of sports popular in Russia, they're a little bit different than those of India. These are soccer, volleyball, basketball, swimming, ice hockey, not on grass, table tennis, chess, and a lot of other things. As I said, all those facilities are located just next door to our city, so we do not need much transportation, and we could locate or accommodate participants and supporters in the nearby four-star hotels, for instance, Hotel Vega or Lada Resort, where the Swiss team lived during the FIFA World Cup in 2018. Tours to Taliati and Samara region are individual ones, I would say, or MICE events. Indeed, we could offer different types of master classes or team buildings, but this is this is different from maritime tourism. This is more customized travel. But I can tell you that we love our oblast. We are ready to amaze your tourists. Just rest assured. Based on our visitors' wish, we could combine sports and activity programs and could add guided tours on top. We could teach your customers how to to use quadricycles or any types of sports things like skiing or skating at any time of the year. And when you're finished with your sports curriculum, we will visit a Russian bathhouse. There is the first bath house with a stone oven, 25 ton of weight. This is a two-storied building located on the riverbank of the Volga, and you will love it. We are having a soft steam, ice cold swimming pool, as well as a restaurant where you can taste Russian cola, we call it kvass, kisel, like Russian plasma drink. And we could also, our professional bathhouse employees will steam you out well, and we will tell you have a light steam, as we tell to all the people who go to the bathhouse. Our tourist company Nika Tours is an inbound tour operator, and we are members of the single Russian tourism operator register. We have been there for more than 25 years now, and the major activities, well, we have standard list of actions. We could make an invitation for an inbound visa for tourism or business. We could organize a MICE event, an excursion guided tour, Russian language training for private individuals or corporations, event tours to concerts or sports events, as well as river cruises across Russia, both river or ocean cruises and sea cruises in Russia, as well as railroad trains, the Emperor's Russia train, for instance, as well as active tours and expeditions across our vast country. I would like to thank you for your kind attention. And I forgot to, this is our bathhouse. I forgot to show you that picture. Well, welcome. Thank you for your attention. On behalf of Nika Tours, you are invited to visit Russia and Samara Oblast to a wonderful city of Tolyatti. We are very customer-oriented, and we will receive your tourists at the highest level. And I have a little request for you. Not long ago, we have translated 3 parts of our website into English. Could you please log on to nicotours.ru, make a screenshot, and could you send it to my email address shown here on that slide? I will reply to you by sending a recipe of the Russian kvass, Russian cola, and the history of the Russian bathhouse. Thank you for your kind attention, and pure melega.